Good morning. Is that Oxkira07? Yes. The function call is pushed one by one on the stack and then popped after it. Yes. Including any arguments that you're passing to the function. And this is going to be true until they implement tail call optimizations for Rust. Some languages have that already. Like Erlang does tail call optimizations for many layers of stacks. So if it recognizes that you're calling A, then B, then C, and then back to A, and then B, and then C, they'll actually use um, segments of the stack as long as you don't have any state that's being stored. So there's special ways that you end up returning from a function in order to enable tail call optimization in Erlang. It's not implemented in Rust yet, but I think there's a plan for that. I feel like everything got set up much too quick today, which means I probably forgot something. I was trying to catch up on some of this stuff here. Here, let me switch the screen. Yeah, that's what I forgot. I forgot to set that. Um, there we go. That's a little bit more accurate. Confused but a bit clear? All right. Well, um, yeah, I mean, you've described it like right on. Um, if you're interested in more on tail call optimization, um, there might be a description of it somewhere, but we could probably draw a picture or diagram it out. Um, all right, I was going to take a look at this real quick. Oh, 80 new. Is there a sub for a Stream Connect? What does that even mean? What's Stream Connect? Interesting. Global this. Fancy. Why have I never heard of this before? I guess because I'm usually in a browser, right? So you just window, document. It's only needed in Vanessa's code because we've got a local alias for set timeout. So it's a way to call the original. All right. Oh, here's Vanessa. It works. Just a limit on the number of set timeouts doesn't play nice. Okay. All right, let's get going. I'll go check. It's going to take it a moment because I just did a Rust update. I also installed the latest version of Rust Analyzer. So we need to restart some elements here. Let's go ahead and do a plug update just to make sure COC updated. COC update. Hmm. I don't actually use this for this project, but it's going to take a while. Oh, you know what I forgot? Be able to see. Ah, there we go. All done there. Let's go ahead and quit. All right. Much better. I don't know who that last guy was. It's like Superman and Kent Clark, you know? It was the glasses. All right. There was something new added to COC that I wanted to try out. Here. Moving lines, moving up. Peach, reload. Barash, thank you for the follow. We are going to be. See, I'm looking for. Can we toggle them on and off? Show syntax tree. Rate graph. Some of these I've never ever used. That's neat. Move item up and down. Huh. Oh well. So the first thing I want to tackle here is a small improvement to Pages. Now, Pages, when we go to render a template, does two things, and it dawned on me last night that we end up fetching siteconfig.json from KV, okay, and then we build this other template config, right? And then we fetch that from KV as well. And we're doing these one after the next, when they should be done at the same time. So the fetching should be done at the same time, and then we should be doing the assign. Because there's no point in doing one and then the next. The second one doesn't depend on the first one in any way. So we're just introducing some sort of delay here by doing that. So we're going to, let's see, we want the promises, and then we have futures now. What's in standard for this? Standard future. Got some experimental stuff. Yeah, and then we just have the future. Okay. Coming back to, what's our local? There we go. Future's future. Future. I don't really want to do a select. We want to do a join. The return future will finish with a tuple of both results. Perfect. So we want to do future join on those. Extract that into variable. This is, let's rename that. Sure, fetch site config. And then this one here, this is more of a page config. So we say it's rendering a template, but this could be a page or something else. Okay. Some better naming here. Makes it a little easier. That'll help out the future self here. Now we do have to make sure that I'm going to go ahead and do that out here. There we go. So we have a string, mutable string. We push the JSON onto it. That's actually produces less code, a smaller WASM file than using format, which is why you'll see me using this all the time. Format actually does pull in quite a bit. Okay, so we have that and that. I'm just trying to see if any of the dependencies. Oh, but what if they have different return types? Hope for. Let's see. Let's see. It's not a future. What is that? Hmm. Or is it saying that one of my... Oh, that's an option to an object. So I do not want to do the await there. That's a future. That's a future. We can await that. And then it's just a wire back up. Okay. So then we have site config and page config. Because we do need both of them to continue, but we can fetch them both at the same time. Oops. I like how expressing that in Rust is so easy. Okay, so we join, we have both of those. Remove the fetch on these. There we go. Okay. So in theory, that should have made it faster. So a little check. Yep, that's gone. Explicit lifetime required for the type of event lifetime static required. So when we take a cookie, wait. So I don't understand why it cares. See, all we really care about is that we have a value. We're going to map that cookie and take its value. So now we should have a string instead, mismatch types. Okay. Hey, good morning, Zencron. How you doing? And I'm going to call you a TDL. Good morning. Thank you for the follow. Temporary value being dropped while borrowed. Consider using a let binding to let that live longer. Because we're no longer awaiting at the very end of this. All right. Fascinating. Still okay there. Let's restart COC. Enjoying these 90-degree. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I stayed up late just in order to like keep the windows open longer. That's madness. All right. And no, I'm not enjoying it. All right, it's gonna take a minute. But anybody else enjoying it other than Xenocron? Your 3D printer's the only one enjoying it. No warping? Oh, that's funny. That is funny. I mean, even yesterday, the computers in my workspace here, their fans were on like constantly, and with 60% humidity, you have to be careful about the filament getting hydrated, right? You have to, depending on the filament you're using, that could be an issue. All right. Let's see. CDN CGI. Seattle this time. And we'll go to, how about where else? Someplace for pages. You have a box for drying, preheating, baking. It seems, oh, nice. Very nice. All right. Now, how's that doing? Clear that. Reload. Timing. Seems about the same. 96. Actually, that's a little faster. I think we might have shaved 10 milliseconds off. For me, it seems like the requests are taking about 10 milliseconds to the KV store. It's not bad. Good morning, Midnight Muffins. Oh, admin setup not found. Perfect. Because I was toying around with that last night. What's it, upload? Coffee and compiler warnings. Yes, our happy little accidents. All right, we're still getting a 404 for admin setup. Eventually, that KV store will get it. Oh, wow. That's a little much. Here, we're going to go ahead and put this back on the right. Dock it to the right. Give that a save. Good. Now redirects to page not found, and oh, what was the timing on that? Setup. Yeah, it took 1 second. That's okay, because it's doing a lot. Well, it's actually not doing that much. And then the 404 to admin. Okay. And Clippy, yeah, we know you're cached. So HTML another. All right. Now, there's a couple of things I wanted to do on setup, which should be missing now. It's a 404, perfect. Because the last thing that it does is actually delete the setup page. All right. But we're going to do some errors. Playing around with that form validation. Eventually. Once the KV syncs. Come on, give us our page back. Oh, you know it. It'll be back. We know it well. We can go ahead and go to admin setup here to our template. Because at this point, we're going to need some little error bits in here. We're going to go back to Bulma and see what they did for that. Bulma.io. Documentation. Yesterday, I ended up turning off Dark Reader, because my office was so hot. The CPU was actually had fan on full time, and if I could keep the browser from using that extra little bit, I can actually keep the computer from kicking its fans on. So I turned off Dark Reader because it added that little bit. It's like everything else on the computer was shut off. Um, Here, let's go to general. Yeah, like this. All right. This is invalid. I like the little warning and little green check boxes. Um, then I think what we're going to be doing for localization is actually using HTML rewriter. And they had HTML rewriter for something else in here. And we should be able to stream our result with specially tagged HTML elements and rename things. So eventually we will localize this using the HTML rewriter. I don't think we're using the FAS icons, the FA icons, Font Awesome icons. We ended up using Iconic. So we're using these guys here. But yeah, I like the icons. We could have used Font Awesome, and it it's actually one of the ways we could have done this, but Font Awesome didn't quite work with how we were setting this up. That and I didn't like how actually I like the idea of iconic. Is it Ionicons? I think it's Ionicons. Yeah, ionic.io. So this is what we're using. And there isn't a paid tier. Right? You don't have some extra tier where like suddenly, oh, you want Slack. Here, that'll be so much a month. Like I don't want to go into a subscription service just because I want a specific icon. Right? Like, hey, that's good enough for me, right? Hey, Robotic Cat, how you doing? If you don't program for a while, you might be a little rusty. Absolutely. And happy Tuesday. So that's one of the reasons we went with these. It does mean that, so there's some of the trade offs. We end up on the page. Let's go to a page that exists. Okay. So here's our users. And if we look at the response, uh, we end up with icons at the very bottom. So we are going to have a little bit of JS on the page for the icons. I was trying to do this, without any sort of script, but it didn't seem like there was a good way to do that without including like a gigantic font file just for the icons. So I thought that was a decent trade-off. That and it's easily cached. All right, so let's go back to setup. Now that we're actually starting to style this for production, we need some errors. So I want to know what they had for these little things out at the bottom. Form field, help text. So it's just they're using a help class for field. And I'm just going to decorate the ones that that need that. Okay, so we can put something in here. So like some email error here. You're learning.net. However, you might need some glasses to see sharp. Is danger. Thank you. And we'll have that in there. So we'll have some sort of cookie. So we need to pull in the event. Now in this case, we want email error is equal to event.cookie jar. We'll take email and password error. That, and we do want email back too. Then we might drop into localization today. I don't. Benham Johnny Sins. I've been married for over 20 years. Yeah. So yeah, no girlfriend. So yes. Now this here. Well, what do we have here for these types? We have results on these. Now we have options to these. Now in this case down here for the email address, the value on this. So I haven't figured out a way to optionally include a parameter for this. The value would equal email in one case. How's there? I like the simplicity of the formatting. Excuse me, of the templating. And WIJSoft. Good morning. Thank you for that follow. Okay, so now we've got that and there. Email will be filled in if it's left. There's the mail icon. Now for the error, the help message. I'll use another if let sum. Smashed F1. Explicit lifetime required in the type of event. Is that because the cookies? Yes. I almost want like a take value instead of having to. It's not like I actually want the whole cookie, right? I want the value of the cookie, but I also don't want it to exist anymore. I want this cookie to be deleted. So, the function take value, create result option string. Cookie dot value. Wait, what is this? Is there a value string? Huh. It needs to be in an okay now. Okay, so we take the cookie, return the error if there is one. Then we map it, the contents of the option, which is left, right? Because first we bubble out any errors, then we deal with changing the type within the option to something else, right? We're going from cookie to string. So then we map. Are we back? Looks like we're back. All right. Lesson of the day. Don't Twitch stream over a VPN. Okay. All right. See, I can't think of a time when I would actually want this to be borrowed. Right? Usually when we're taking the value, it's going to go into a future. So we might as well have that here. Is Starlink working better with streaming now? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, see, in the past, we used to have minutes worth of downtime in a day, right? Just seconds scattered throughout. Because as this satellite went across the sky, we'd have a little bit of occlusion or maybe you know not enough satellite, and they've added quite a bit. And now I have seconds of downtime in a day. In fact, I can go check that here while that loads. It's actually going pretty quick today. 2 hours. Cuts out quite a bit. Yeah, but it's a lot better than it had been. I mean, we even wrote software to help with it. I think if we still use that software, it would smooth out the last little bit. Because, let's see. Oh, it looks like they rebooted it last night. So it hasn't been up for 12 hours. which means it's probably going to be a little rocky today. It's usually what happens in that it kind of learns. Let's see. Let me check and see what the uptime is on this. Device uptime. Oh, it's been on for 11,400 seconds. So, but yeah, we're not using Stitch anymore. And while we absolutely could, we could very much. I don't know if that would actually be worth it. Let's see. Second reload. Here, let's see. You're connected. Thanks, Starlink. That's so not helpful. All right. Um, are the issues only with streaming? Does it affect voice chat, or more specifically the corporate comms I'm using? Um, like if I'm streaming a video, you would never notice it, right? If you're in a meeting, like a one-on-one with your boss, you might get a couple of hiccups. Yeah, but they've gone from being like 10-second hiccups to like 1 second hiccups, which is much more sufferable. So that's been great. Got a couple others. This one here, take value. It's cookie header. See, in this case, we end up parsing it also. Doing the map on that. Like all of our use cases. There we go. That's better. Okay, any errors? It's going to be one of those days. Okay. Now, coming back here. Oh, oh, it takes one argument. Yes, thank you. How do I search for my errors? Because COC has decided to include way too much today. I guess just searching for source. Oh, that's better. Okay, so future takes an event. Event now has the cookies. We have password error to implement. All right, password, toss that on there. And right now it just says required. All right. One more time. Now, they had some examples because I think the next thing we're going to do is HTML rewriter. And did they link to it in here? Their example on how to do localization with it? Let's scan that real quick. Selectors. Oh, tutorial. Localize a website. Perfect. Now, I'm going to be using this for the administration stuff, but not necessarily for the user's content. The user is going to be responsible for localizing their own content. Oh, you're off to bed, Robotic Cat. Well, thank you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good night's rest. Create a project. Understanding data I18NK. Okay, so we're going to be adding these to it. And basically we are going to fetch some data. So we have one more key to fetch from the KV store. Oh, this is funny. Hey, Groticos. How you doing? Transforming HTML. See how it works. Yep, then we have strings. So we could either bake the strings in, or we could store them somewhere else. Now that could get actually fairly large, so I think I would sacrifice an HTTP request, well, a KV request for that. Because most of the time, it's not going to be useful. Oh, excuse me, it's not going to be needed. We would only need that. Oh, we would only need that if we were in some sort of edit mode for a page, or in the administration section. And then instead of returning actual errors, we would actually be returning, some sort of key that points to a location in the into the file. Ah, let's give that one a thumbs up. So, and what is this here? Oh, to parse the accept language header, we install the accept language parser. Typical Node. They've got a package for everything. Is it even? Like, why do you need a... Sounds pretty cool. Then we can have our localization keys and store these in its own place. So we'd have a couple of localization files. We could come up with another namespace just for localization. Okay. So that's what I'm thinking for the localization bits. It's kind of a race against time for me because I've got to get something actually working for my neighbors. I might localize it after that. So we're not going to focus too much on the strings yet, but it's going to mean that we've got a lot of work later. So it's easier to bootstrap now. So as long as it doesn't take too long, we should be able to do that. All right, let's just do this. Gateway timeout. Is Starlink having more issues? Come on, you can do it. Configure. You got this. All right. Looks like it's going to work this time. We're going to test the errors, right? Now it's listening. We've got the page. We're going to not provide an email, just a password. Page not found. Oh, that's not good. I just created a user without an email address. Curl post. Does this work? Oh, all right, maybe. All right, now it's saying found on that. I think that's the 302 redirect. Why wouldn't it say something else? Yeah, I'm just going to pretend that we didn't create somebody with a bad email address. Now, in order to make this work, we're going to go into validation. I did stamp out a little bit of form validation. So we've got this post data object, right? And I want to validate that the data on there has a couple rules applied. So when we call validate, we end up returning this new form validation type. It takes what is this? A vector of strings, a vector of tuples, right? Tuples that have key value pairs in them. Those guys there. Now, a form validation has the fields, a reference to those fields, and a collection of errors. Okay. So you can say, oh, these two fields are required, right? Which is what I'm doing. It's just unfortunate that the field always has some sort of, well, length. So when you submit a field, it always has a value, even if it's an empty string, unless it's a checkbox, in which case it's either there or it's not. All right. Then we've got, so we have required, and then we have some other sorts of validation where we can say, and this name must have this sort of validation. And if it's broken, give us a string back. So coming back here, I know I'm bouncing around a little quick here. Oops. Here we are. So we say this is required. These two fields are required. Now we're going to toss in an and email needs. Can we just call boxed on a closure? I don't think that's there yet, right? So this will take the value and inside of the value, or inside of the closure, pardon me, we will check to see if it has some length. So if it's empty, using you know what? This is a simple test to see if it's empty or not. I want to see if the mechanism works. What we would end up doing for email is actually checking to see, is it a valid email address, or does it appear to be a valid email address? So email is required. All right. And that would be our validation. Oops, one too many there. There we go. Type annotations needed. That should be a stir. It's not boxed. It's fine. We can't into a box on that, can we? No. Oops. Get rid of that. Expected enum option found stir. Ah. And I think it's probably better to do a string from here. The intos are really cool, but it makes it hard to understand what it's actually going into later. Then I've never gotten to the point where I needed it to, like, where I needed the intos just for ease of programming, right? Because I changed some big type, and then intos would have automatically switched from one to the other. I haven't run into that yet. Okay, no errors. All right. Now we could end up creating, modifying this a little bit so that we could reuse these, right? Let's say we had something that is a length check, right? So in this case, we could take the string back, right? The name, then we clone it, and then toss is required on the end. However, we're going to be using the string identifiers and stuff like that later. I'm not going to worry about it now. For the localization, and let's get the localization working because otherwise I'm going to keep like harping on it. For anybody that's had to go through and localize a website after the fact, it's hard to do. Because you end up building systems in a slightly different way and it won't work. So you have to rewrite a lot more. So setup doesn't exist because we're missing that. Okay. We need our site config, our admin setup, the first one there. Localization, internationalization. There's a difference. Come on. Where's our... Give me my page. There we go. You can tell it hangs for just a moment. A sec. Oh, I was just saying, language is hard. English is hard. We basically absconded with different bits from other languages, put them all together in a blender, and said, "Ta-da! We speak." All right. I have a really cool book actually. Let me grab it. This is a fun book. Um, Basically, it talks about what you're saying, and that there are words in other languages that there is just no word for in English. Um, and so it's really interesting. It gives you a little bit more insight into other languages and kind of how they work. But it's really fun. I'm gonna go ahead and raise my desk, and then we'll jump right back into this. Um, Gotta crank my desk up. All right. So, and some water. Oh, you got a standing desk now too. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I used one of those adjustable height work desks from one of those hardware stores. I don't remember which one I got it from, but it works out pretty well. And I like that I don't have to plug it in. Okay. Oh, what was the book title? They have a word for it. A light-hearted lexicon of untranslatable words and phrases. Here. It's actually, let's see. It's not this one. Oh, wow. I have a different cover on mine. That looks like a first edition. I don't have a first edition. Mine's kind of grungy, actually. Oh, you're welcome. But yeah, this is the title. Oh, there. Now it's actually swapped there. The biggest challenge are parameterized strings. English has practically no grammatical. Grammatical. Okay. I'm like, uh-oh, we've run into an issue. So you can just drop words in a sentence without any changes, and it just works. No matter, not so much with other languages. Yeah. Um, well, that's fun. I forget what the word is, but there's a Japanese word that talks about the beauty and the flaws of something, which is really cool. All right. So let's see. Did that's actually running. So now if we do nothing and we hit save, oh, encoded text cannot have a 6-bit remainder. Who's sending a 6-bit remainder piece of text? What? How did that happen? All right, admin setup. I mean, it must have come into here with one of the errors, right? So if we looked at the requests, setup here would have been called the set cookies with email and password. Oh, that's the request. Cookies, the response cookies. Email is required, password is required. Okay. Then we have our session cookies. Is our session cookie there? No. Why? Why would having that email is required and password is required mess up the text encoding? Because we take them here. Is there an error in here? We get the cookie value. So we do a take on this. This is our take, which, oh, actually, yes, these got base64 decoded. Those should have been base64 encoded. That's the issue. Okay. That's odd. I thought when we create a cookie, let's see, if we add a cookie, it gets encoded. But if we create a cookie, it doesn't. So let's go back into post data. Oh, no, I mean form validation. What's our cookies? See, we're doing create, but our value is not being base64 encoded. So that has to change. Base64 encode v. So yeah, that returns a string dot into. For whatever reason, I'm okay intoing it into a cow. Oh. As bytes. There we go. Now it'll be encoded correctly. Parzival, good morning. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Okay. It's listening again. Here we go. We're just going to submit the form. Oh, look at that. Email is required. Fantastic. I guess maybe the whole thing should be pinkish. You're well? We think you're just worrying about your exam. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little on edge too. I can't really talk about it. But I'm a little anxious. Due to server problem. Oh. Oh, you couldn't answer all. Oh. Oh, that's rough. That's really rough. The password one's not showing up. You don't think validation should know the cookie implication details? That's a great suggestion. Um, so if we go over to cookie jar, right? We're actually wrapping cookie. So we're actually wrapping this other cookie jar thing. Our cookie jar is wrapping the mimeograph crumble cookie jar. Okay. And because we cannot provide that thing with an encoder or a decoder, ooh, maybe we should be able to do that, huh? Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to provide an encoder to the cookie jar. Yeah, the problem happens to be that we're actually wrapping something else that we didn't have control over. What we do now. So we could absolutely build a cookie jar and provide it with an encoder. So let's go to jar. And this is basically a modification of the cookie crate. And they support percent encoding, right? But I'm trying to keep the binary size small, the WASM size small. So I'm willing to do a couple trade-offs, right? I'm going to use base64 encoding because I already have that for other reasons. I don't remember what they are though. And oh, I needed it actually for cookies because I didn't want to do percent encoding on binary data. So we could create a new cookie jar and use whatever the default is, but we should be able to create a new one with some sort of encoder, right? So we could have this. Yeah. How am I doing? Cool as you. I'm doing well. Doing well. It got a little toasty yesterday, so I don't have a fan in here. I've got a ceiling fan at the other end of the room. Um, but it was getting really warm, and so I basically got one of those like industrial blower that I set up way over there and just pointed at myself. I mean that thing can move like 2,500 cubic feet of air per minute, and that's 41 cubic feet of air per second. So, and what? So, Riven, what do you think about having some sort of encoder here, right? And then depending on if one is actually provided. Is air conditioning banned now? No, we just don't have it in the area. You you typically have lots of heating sources here, but not cooling sources. So let's see. In the Pacific Northwest, I'm in the United States. We'll have to come up with some sort of encoder. I'm just going to. Uh, I mean, it's more of a serialize, deserialize, right? Encode, decode. I'm going to put it on the same one because it needs to be symmetric here. And this would take some sort of value, return something. Then we'd have decode. Something like so. I don't know. I don't like the name on that, but it's something. And what were we taking here? See, this was just kind of kludgy to begin with, and I knew that. Cookies all deal in strings, right? So when we get a new value in here, oh, I see why it was part of the crate now. Yeah, I'm gonna back out of this. I'm gonna back out of that. So if we couldn't do it that way, we could wrap our own cookies, and whenever we create a cookie, then our own cookie jar could take that. Because right now we take the other kind of cookie. All right. Pub struct cookie. All right, and this is actually going to contain the other kind of cookie. It's going to be this little facade, right? And the facade is going to be responsible for encoding and decoding. And that way, nothing else needs to know about the encoding of this thing. All right. So we're going to have cookie here. Inner is as good as I have there. That'll be a mimeograph crumble cookie. Okay. It's being defined multiple times, yes. And this is going to break everything. Ah, yes, because cookie has a lifetime, doesn't it? Okay. We don't have value yet. Let's impl cookie. Let's say value. What did value return on the other one? a stir. But in our case, because we're decoding, what is it really going to return? A string? Oh, this needs to take self. Yeah, they end up having a cookie stir, index or concrete, right? Because it's either pointing to something. That's really designed to be performant and not have heap allocations. And then here I am. What else do we have? Partially equal from stir. So they have domain raw. They've got all of these accessory functions that we're just going to have to pass through the raw name. Hmm. All right. Self.value. But this has to be base64 decoded. Oh, right. But decoding can fail. Is there another way to do this? I don't think that there is. Not for the way that cookie's set up. Right, and here with your suggestion to make a base64 type, this is something that you basically have a type. You say, oh, base64, this is, I'm giving you a value, right? Or I'm taking a value. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's not correct either. This needs to be great. And that's a vector of U8s. Do we want it to be a string though? Because our cookies can hold binary data. And that's where this all kind of fell apart, was when we added, um, when we were signing the cookie, because we had to have binary data. So we still need to be able to get out some binary data, right? Should we do something like that? Stringer error. Result UTF-8. Do I not have UTF-8 error? Oh, my back. So I thought we had that in error. Yeah, from UTF-8 error. It's right there. And we've got from UTF-8 error here. So what are we missing? Create result. Oh, it's not an OK. Expected string, found result. From UTF-8 returns a result to a string. Oh, that's fine. Okay, I'm not seeing this. Let's go to the big error. Wow, that's a big error. Here. Oh, self.inner.value. Expected vector found result. So basics for decode needs a question mark. Anything else? And then this one. Okay. Oh, that should have been a map error. Of course. There we go. Fantastic. One down. All right, now we get value here. So we can get value stir or value. Here, let's just say we want a string or we want bytes. And in this case, it'll be a vector of U8. Yeah, I live in the Pacific Northwest, which is why you see us connecting to like Seattle or Oregon or LAX. Okay. Now in this case, we're going to do the decode, but we're not going to do the string conversion there. Okay. Now decode gives us a result, but it's a create result. So we can just return that. There we go. And we're going to get rid of this, encode and decode. There's going to be a lot of little functions on that. All right. So when we take this returns a cookie, and we return a cookie, but we no longer encode it. So no need to transpose that. What is cookie here? It's an option. So I think we just return some cookie. Okay, some cookie? No, cookie's an option. We return an okay cookie. There, yeah. Yes. So when we get the cookie out of that jar, we have to convert it back into our cookie type. Have its inner cookie. Oh, we map it. Because cookie is an option. Mimeograph crumble cookie or cookie. Okay. And this needs lifetimes, doesn't it? Yes. Okay. Mismatch types expected. Oh, the lifetime is different. There we go. We could do like a cookie from. I don't like that. It's kind of explicit though. All right. Now in this case, we're taking the value. And here we're returning a string. This returns us with a cookie, our new cookie type. And we want to return a string. So we say string. Oh, is that a result? Yeah, I can't do that. Interesting. Because a string does return a result to a string instead of an option. Because now it's handling all the encoding, decoding for us. What could we do instead of this? Self.take name.match. It's an error, we return error, right? Actually, let's do that. We have something or nothing. And if we have nothing, then we'll return okay, none. If we have something, No, no, no. These sorts of things are going to be built on. So if we can fix the pattern earlier, it's actually going to save us a lot of time down the road. So thank you for pointing that out. It's been something I've been struggling with. Result to an option to a string. Okay, actually, no, no, no. I'm going to leave it like that. Okay. So when we add a cookie, see in this case, you can see that we are base64 encoding the data here. But we are going to abstract that away though. And this here is just kind of a really nice to have. Gives you the Skrillex vibes at the B part, yeah. Oh, and thank you, Body575, for the follow. Did Mitch? Oh, you know what? Mitch went down. Sorry, normally we have a little glitter, and it alerts me when people follow. AMDev83, thank you for the follow. And I think I skipped Rodrigo. Thank you for the follow. Now, if we're adding a cookie, see, at this point, we're calling create because I had a place where I was creating a number of things, but create does not encode the value. This just passes it through. So assuming that you know best, right? Create. And that's actually needed for some pieces, but let's ignore that for a moment. So at this point, we need to see, I wanted a consistent set of flags here. Yeah. So what do we do? Add cookie. Cookie.jar.add. Now this is the different kind of cookie. This would be the inner cookie. We could either do like an into inner or do the opposite here. From cookie or mimeograph crumble cookie. There we go. Very simple there. The inner cookie. We are wrapping this other type, right? So we're creating a cookie that our jar understands, that does all of the encoding for us. It's kind of a facade, right? Facade pattern. Or what's another name for that? Or a better name for exactly what this is. Facades, I mean, it's encapsulation, but it's more of a facade with this. Adapter? Yeah, maybe. Here. I'm just going to use into on these. You don't remember him by name? Yeah, I try. Like try to just do a little bit. No, this isn't correct. Because when we create a new cookie, actually we could move this to our create cookie. Stream delay? Yes. Hey, Julian. Good morning. How are you? See, and I really don't want to, like, do this little builder pattern. I don't want to have to make a new one just on my own. So I think we're going to hide that. And I'm going to put create on this. Well, the function create. Right. And that's going to return a cookie. Or a self. And this is a better place for this anyways. We'll have a decent set of defaults for this. That feels better, actually. Do we need the name? Then what we'll end up doing is, this will be cookie. Cookie is going to be equal to that, and that's our inner cookie. Or let's call it inner. What were those? Lots of cows. There we go. I think all of those C's should be A's. Or lifetime wired up. Good. Now we can get rid of create. Oh, yeah. So we are collecting a series of things that I'm going to basically spend a couple hours on, most likely. And I'll create a series of like 15-minute videos. So at the moment, they should be short things, right? On how to do specific programming related tasks, hopefully Rust related. One note. We got 2 in there so far, maybe 3. Let me pull the list up. So as an example, how do I increase the font on this? There we go. How do I structure projects, right? How to use Vim. And think about common design patterns in Rust. Things that you would see all the time. And this one would actually be like specific to Rust or something that you might not see very much when you're coming from some other language. So we're going to remove that cookie. Let's create here. So those can move. This still isn't right though, because when we create a new cookie, we add, see, this is just like a nice to have here. Oh, Ayub. I'm gonna struggle with the next part, so I'm gonna skip it. But thank you for the follow. AUB. Was it AUB? Is that one word? Help me out there. Now, when we're managing our cookies, right on the cookie jar, this is a. Let's add some documentation. Quickly add a cookie. Right. Instead of having to add the cookie, like create a cookie and then pass it in, here we're just going to take these values and then create a new cookie. So let cookie equals it's now on cookie create name into. See, here we do the base64 encoding and then we just add it directly, which is a little weird. I wonder, maybe creating the cookie. We're gonna have create raw. And then maybe create. So maybe new. And the new can pass the encoded stuff into the raw. That's name through. We have our encoded value and duration. We move that up here. Hey, the id of Alan. How you doing? And so we create a new cookie by encoding it. We have raw there. Now, so here we get the jar. Move the cookie map into. This returns our cookie. Errors if decoding fails. Okay. It actually doesn't decode here. That should just return an option to a cookie. Because there's no more decoding. Decoding will happen later when you take the value. Now here, decoding may fail. Set and delete. Also a question. Do I have a set from your experience? The API user does not want to differentiate between add and update. Oh, interesting. I tend to end up with like an upsert, right? It's like an insert or an update. Um, get missing. Set and delete would be the only methods you would use of a higher level cookie jar. There are some subtleties though. Um, but you're right. Now that we can simply take the cookie and then get the see, we're basically moving some of these to our wrapper, aren't we? Sometimes we don't want to remove it, so we just want to do a take. Right? But we could remove this one, right? Then we have add and add cookie. See, these, I don't like the names of these particularly. And this one should have been, it's actually, we remove that. No. Oh, fine. Get missing. But you're right. The API for cookie jar should be simplified now that we're moving more things onto cookie. Value has a lifetime A, but it needs to satisfy static lifetime requirements. Where is A coming from on this? Is it because of value? And why does it have to satisfy static here? Yeah, okay, 2 owned. Into owned on that one? Cow has... Yeah, now it's a string. What does cow have for that? Because there's a way to switch between the two. Into owned. Yeah, that ends up... Okay. So now we can add a cookie with the utility function. I know, it's just for my benefit. Um, but I get what you're saying. Like, this should just go away. Add cookie should just take a cookie. And semantically, a cookie jar, you put things in it, right? Like you, I don't know. And in this case, why do we have access to the jar? Oh, this is the lazy initialization of the jar. Okay. Now in this case, we're gonna have the you know what? Let's use mimeograph crumble cookie as crumb. Okay. It's all right. I think it's getting better. Um, I like to set and delete, like remove, take. I mean, I think remove is better for a cookie jar. I mean, semantics, right? Like, so we remove a cookie. Here we add a cookie. And now this here is a crumb. We're parsing the crumb. Flatten that cookie into owned. So this part, oh, look, the tie pins don't get my renaming. That's fine. Into. So at this point, we have an iterator of item cookie, and we need to take this into a vector of cookies so that we can add them to the jar. So we're taking the headers. What's the cookie header? On the cookie jar. Oh, that's right. When we lazily initialize the cookie jar because it's not the case that we need to look into the cookie jar like every single time. I'm wondering, what am I actually using from this other crate? And it's going to be the parsing. It's going to be using the deltas. They do a really great job of knowing what the diffs are. So when you interact with their cookie jar, you end up building a set of diffs that you can use to build up headers for the HTTP response. So when you add and remove, it actually modifies and tracks the diffs. All right. So we take that. So you reach for that vocabulary. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. I I welcome the ideas and the suggestions. No, in this case, we do not need to convert this to a cookie in order to do that. Now, what are we actually doing there? Here, we just want to take it into an owned cookie, right? Oh, from into owned. There we go. Collect should also be a crumb. Then we have our crumbs. There we go. And then we have our deltas. And those are used for creating the cookie differences. So now our API looks like cookie jar. We create a new one. We can add and remove cookies. These are public. So is deltas. All right. Is the lifetime implicit the same as both references? So in which case? So Julian, um, so yeah, if you have a function, right, that takes a mutable reference to self, right, and it returns something else. Yeah, there. Basically, the lifetimes here are deleted, and there are lifetime elision rules. So Rust lifetime. So the compiler will let you omit them as long as it can figure out what you mean. Um, Rules are as follows. Each elite lifetime in an input position becomes a distinct lifetime parameter. If there is exactly one input lifetime position, elite or not, that lifetime is assigned to all elated output lifetimes. If there are multiple input lifetime positions, but one of them is self or immutable self, the lifetime of self is assigned to all elated output lifetimes. Okay? So it's going to favor self over any of the other references that borrows that you might have passed in. Otherwise, it is an error. Yeah, you're welcome. And I think it's weird that they put this in the Nomicon instead of the like the regular Rust book, but all right. Use the default to adding the lifetime manually just for your sanity. Yeah, I've been there. And then people come along like, oh, you don't need that. So and then Museum sent that link. It's like, okay, this makes sense. It makes sense. All right, so first, new stab at adding a new cookie. So this vector, we asked for these errors. We asked for cookies. Let's go to this. These should be the right kind of cookies now, and they are not. Okay. That goes away. Cookie jar cookie. This is going to be a cookie new. And we just want the value. There we go. Nice and easy. I like those changes. I mean, look at that. Just create a new cookie, right? Okay. Now, no method add cookie. Where are we? We're in, oh, yes. We added. Now, if we come back to cookie, actually, let's go back here. Create a new one. We'll create a new one. We do encode the value. And we decode when you get the string or the bytes. Got it. Cookie jar add. New error duration. Event. Now, what do we want here? So flash it once. So we end up taking the flash for event. We're returning a flash owned object. So we end up having this flash cookie value transpose into error thing. What? So we're basically converting into flash owned from this. Oh, because it's JSON. Okay, got it, got it, got it. So we'll call remove. There's our cookie. Now this is a different kind of cookie. Cookie.map. Okay. This function returns a result, yeah. So remove just returns an option now. So it's option to a cookie. Now we map that. And here we have a cookie. Parsing what? The string. And that could have an error, which we can't do in a closure like this. So let flash cookie equal to cookie.match. Okay. I'm going to take the JSON parsing, toss that in. All right. That goes away. Let's change that a little bit more. I'm going to move this into there. All right. At this point, we have a result. Here we have a JS value. Let's just do a from value here. And what is the result of this? That's going to be a result that we see if we transpose. We don't have to transpose that anymore. But it's not the right type. This is okay. Right, from value returns a result, but it's not a result to an option. we have a semicolon at the end. Mismatch. WASM started binding gen error from value. That's, yeah, now we need type annotations because we've lost the last piece. Actually, we could just do that with this. Okay, some. I don't like all the question marks in there. Okay. Now, if we're setting flash, I've started using to value and from value instead of having the whole thing there because we only use that for Saturday WASM bind gen. Cookie jar dot add. We need a new cookie. And that needs to be this one. No, that cookie could bail. Lead Hacker 99, thank you for the follow. Let's see, import create cookie. Yes, thank you. Now new returns a cookie. Login. Yes. I knew this moment would come. Jacob Bolda, thank you for the follow. Now, at this point, with our session cookies, looks like we're creating a session cookie here. And this should be cookie create. And you can see here we actually want to control how it's being used. So we do a base64 encoding of these bytes and then these other bytes, but we don't need to double base64 encode them, which is why we have the ability to have a raw cookie. This cookie value here is actually base64 encoded value, signed, and its signature combined, right? So there's 128 bytes of the signature plus the value. Cookie raw. Raw cookie dough. Yeah. Oh, wrong cookie though. All right. Yep. We haven't done this yet. We'll get to that later. Not going to touch that yet. Oh, but we have cookie raw, and that's all there. So you get a 30-day cookie when you log in. That and these unwrapped boards should not happen. Never fails. Session to JSON. Eventually, I want to remove all of these boards. See, really, that should be there. And that there. Because I don't want to crash the server. And if we do that, the server could crash. Just comment that out. Okay, that's just to do. Do I already have a release of the app? I do not. No. Basically, let's see, do we still have the page open? So here we're setting up the user account, like the initial sort of account that owns it. We've worked through all sorts of layers to get this up and running. Um, we've had to create our own router, right? Figure out how to do templates with this, modify WebSys crate, all sorts of crates, cookie crate, because a lot of things pull in too many dependencies, and we have a hard limit on how big our application can be, because we can only put a 1 MB of code into the web worker. All right, an error redirect. Okay, no. Are you doing all vanilla? Yeah. I would like to use more, but but we can't. Doing it live on Twitch. It's been a really pleasant experience. All right, now why does this want a new lifetime? What's up with this? Cookie jar ad. They should be owned, right? This email.clone. Email's a stir. Ah, this should be um into owned. To owned? There we go. Is to build accountability and keep doing it. Yeah. Oh, what a Soy Pete. Good morning. Twitch is more of a hangout than performance. Yeah, this isn't really performance art, is it? Very. I tend to be fairly consistent. I like to practice Rust a little bit every day. And for me, in the cool of the morning before anybody gets up is the best time for it. I am not a morning person. So, but I like being able to practice this. No. So this session cookie, what are we doing here? Oh, am I okay macros? Because that saves like 5 bytes off the WASM instead of the other stuff. So we get the session cookie and we await. Now, does this has to be just an add, right? Because we just have add and remove now. Oh, that is so nice. We don't have to worry about whether or not we have to encode it at this point because that's actually chosen when you create the cookie. That's really nice. You're not a morning person as well? Is Rust my main language? It is not. You're still on wrestling speed? Yeah. It takes a while. You'll get it. You get rusty? That's right. Well, we are almost to the end of these cookie changes. Okay, so cookie jar, we remove. Email. Now we have a cookie. An option to a cookie. That we are going to map. Actually, this is an owned cookie at this point, isn't it? Whatever. At this point, we want string. And we could do something else here. We could say cookie, create cookie, string. Oh, it's height mismatch. We can't do it. There. An exception. Good morning, and thank you for that follow. Toss some removes on there. Dot map. There we go. Now we have our strings. Oh, yep. We don't need to throw there. Good. What do I tend to program in for? Well, I've programmed in professionally C, C++, Erlang, Java, ActionScript. Everybody loves Flash, right? Um, JavaScript, HTML stuff. I've been a web dev for 20 years, and with I tend to kind of straddle the line between back end and front end my whole career. So spent 5 years parsing emails in C. I love C. C's great. Oh, that, and we have an issue here because string can actually throw a result. Cookie.string, that returns a result. So we actually want to transpose question mark. Now we just have that on there. There we go. See, this is the sort of, little thing I was trying to avoid. Because we're going to be doing that over and over and over again. And if Cookie Jar could do that for me, that would be great. But it's an option to a cookie, and I get that. Demo scene challenges? Oh, absolutely. That's I never did that stuff, but or embedded work, right? When you're doing embedded work, you usually have some sort of hard limit. All right, almost there. Remove. Now we get a cookie back. An option to a cookie. No. Cookie. We want the string. Oh, you know what I forgot? Keycaster. Where you at? There it is. Grabbed ya. Put you over there. All right. All right. Flip them, toss it. Good. Anything else? One more. Remove. To string. No, just string. Better off without you song. This is like some heartbreak song. Oh, that's rough. Wow. Erlang, you've been wanting to learn Elixir yourself? I really, really like Elixir. Elixir is really cool. Yeah. In fact, my main project, which we're like 3 projects away from at the moment, Legacy, was originally written using Erlang and Elixir. But I ended up switching the server from that into Rust because I wanted to learn Rust. Here we're using Pretzel Rocks, and we're on the synthwave station. Oops. So So yeah, all the music here is licensed to be played on Twitch. And then all of the archives, which do not have the music, are on YouTube. So, yeah. This is why we don't have the music on YouTube, because there are so many more songs for streaming than for YouTube. So, all right. In Golang? Ooh, I've never done Go. I mean, I like what I've read about it. Looking for any warnings that might be valid. I think we're good. All right. Well, thank you for the suggestion and the criticism on that. That it's very helpful, and I'm glad we did that. It was a very constructive criticism, and I appreciate that. Let's see. Does it still work? Let's find out. Dun dun dun. Hold on, it's loading. Let's move that over there. We can go ahead and Taurus Dark Reader on there. I know it's like really dark, but that's okay. Goody. We have I have session cookies from like forever ago. Let's remove that. And these I think are all expired. Oh. Yeah, go ahead and delete them all. There we go. Okay. Okay. You don't get the drop shadow as well. Hmm. All right, mimeograph setup. Now we're practicing some of the cookie stuff. Oh, look, we got emails required. Now, why didn't we get the password? I thought we did the password one too. Let's go back into admin. We should have received password here. Passwords required. Cookies. It looks like it stopped after the first one. Hold on. Did it send the cookies? Yeah, password error. So that's there. And we have our nice little values, space 64 encoded. Yeah. Each language is just like another tool in your toolbox. There are places where one makes more sense. Huh. So if that was sent, receiving the error must have been the problem. Let's go to our admin setup template. Or is it here? Here's password, password error. Oh, look at that. And because we had removed the cookie, it didn't exist anymore. Wow. So in my mind, what does Rust make sense for? I think Erlang makes a great services language, right? Incredible uptime. It is really, really hard to kill. Um, Predictable scaling, also very nice about it. Um, Time to market is very quick, especially if you're using something like Elixir, because the syntax will be more familiar. Um, but yeah, Erlang is it's just rock hard. It's so solid, so very solid. Um, and it's quicker to code in than Rust. So Rust is going to be faster though, so you do have a little speed trade-off. But in terms of like getting something to market, having it scalable, having a predictable performance characteristic, that's Erlang, right? Um, I don't know, like like Java. Uh, See, Rust, you're paying for the errors up front. Perfect streamer voice. Oh, why? Thank you. C is proven faster, but C has a whole bunch of people with that have shot their foot with it. I love C. I love C, but I don't program in C. Not when I can do Rust. I like with Rust that I'm paying for all these errors up front, right? Because if I didn't have these, the compile, like the strong type system, the borrow checker, Rust understands threads, right? C doesn't understand threads. Never say the J word. I I had a great time, a really fantastic time learning Java. I learned Java from somebody that was really, really good at Java, and so I had a great mentor. Yeah, C can make threads, but C as a programming language doesn't understand threads, right? Certain languages have a concept of threads and not just an API to be able to create something that it doesn't understand. Rust understands threads and knows that there are uh, cases where you need to be careful about moving data from one to the other. Yeah. I did a highly concurrent MMO backend in Java, and wish Java had a borrow checker at that time. Because trying to get GC to GC when things are pointing back and forth and up, down, and sideways, it's just a pain in the butt. You didn't do a lot of comp sci? I didn't either. Actually, I'm self-taught. I like to read. Um, I like to read programming books. I like to read code. I like reading code more than reading programming books. So, all right. Well, that should have fixed that error. Let's see. Yeah, it's still running. Okay, our cookies are gone. Just hit save. Oh, email is required. Password is required. Fantastic. Look at that. All right. Let's go into like, let's create a user here. Save. Page not found. That's fine. Let's go into users. Here's our user list. We can go and edit this user. It's an admin. I'm going to give Halsey all of the permissions. Now, I don't know if that just butchered my password. Let's go to login. Login failed. Login successful. So editing that user did butcher that. Okay. Just so used to high level. Took for granted how much Python abstracts away. Data and ML. Yeah. How is the data and ML like ecosystem in Rust? I've seen was it Are We Learning Yet? I've seen this website and it has yeah, a little nod to Hal. Um, it's got some information here. Right? Clustering, decision trees, linear classifiers. Like some of this is set up. So 11 stars. Look at that. Oh wow, 1,500 stars. So looks like stuff's happening. Yes, yes, I did mute myself. Thank you. Well, yeah, I had some of the same experience. My favorite professor was my C professor. He actually worked at Semantic at the time. This was like 20 years ago. He was funny. Hardcore C programmer. He loved teaching, but he had this great job over at Symantec. So he would just, you know, he'd come to the college and teach. Oh, the site is cool. Yeah, I'll link it. Yeah, this is a good one. There you go. All right. Now we made a lot of changes. Yeah, I made some other changes as well. Does that still work? Users. We delete Halsey. Are we sure? Yes. It says he's been deleted and nobody else is there. Okay. And setup? That should not be there anymore. Perfect. Okay. Do that again. So that works. Yeah, we changed how all of those worked. So now we're getting faster response times. Like 10 milliseconds faster. It's awesome. Actually, I think it's like 20 because we combined the other lookup too. Errors. Yeah, I don't know if errors works. Admin setup. Okay. And the cookie improvements are just fantastic. I really like that change. All right. So, say added, improve cookies. Um, Page loading time. Admin setup. You started coding at 7 years old in a Commodore 64 and 82. Yeah. For me, it would have been about 87. All right. So, on the admin setup, right, there are some other errors that we should take care of. One in particular is, oh, no, it's okay. We just have um, the auto mod cranked all the way up. Um, so most things we just approve, but yeah, sometimes the kids do watch. All right, let's go to validation, form validation. Because if I wanted to have, where was it? That was actually in the admin section. Some of these, I think it'd be nice if we had some way to say, hey, this can't be empty, or you must provide a value for this. So let's create a couple of these. It's easy to create boxed closure things. And the reason this is boxed is so that we can keep the code size small. Because otherwise, we'd basically stamp out a new, the monomorphization would create basically a new and for each and every different uh, closure here. I think. I wonder if that's true. Is there a public repo for this app that I'm working on? There isn't, although there's a public repo for many of the pieces that we're working on. So most of it's in SourceHut. But the core of this I do plan to kind of make money on, and it's easier to give than to take away. So if it comes to the point where I do want to open source it, I will. Uh, but many pieces of this are absolutely going to be open source. Maybe like the form validation pieces. You know, if we find pieces that are really kind of useful, really useful, then we'll open source chunks of it that make good libraries. Yeah, like our router system, that's all open source. Um, Cookie, mimeograph, Cloudflare. We made changes to the cookie stuff. All right. Now, how do we make reusable things here? Let's say we wanted that into something else. We would call um, validate length. Okay. And we would say that this thing is going to produce a box closure. Actually, before we get into, does it need to be a box closure? So we can't return the closure. The type would be unknown. So yeah, it has to be a box closure. Okay. Um, actually, my cursor is missing. What happened there? Whatever. I know where it is. Um, that is weird though. Where- my cursor's gone. All right. So let's say we're going to make something like that. We need to validate the length. We pass in what the minimum length is. So in this case, well, I think more for password. Password has to be, I don't know, 8 characters long, whatever, making stuff up. So let's create this validate length, and that's going to be in the form validation crate. Oh, the function. Validate length. Min. Use size, don't care. That'll return a box. Actually, the same type here. What is this type here? And that actually needs to change. Let's create a type out of that. Pub type. Validator. Oh, there now. One place where I can do that. Yeah. Expected one of 8 possible tokens. What am I missing there? Why does validator need that? No. Okay. So this is going to return a box closure. Box no. And this feels so much like JavaScript here. But we're actually going to take the name and the value. Okay. I'm just going to grab this. If value.length is less than such and such, then less than min. Good. Now let's change validator because we want the name, because this here is not correct. I think I. There we go. We want to copy the name to owned. Okay, so that should be our name. And then error dot push stir. Um, must be at least. And then here's our error message. Return error. Let's change validator to take the name. Stir, stir. Error, error, error. Thank you. Pust. Oh my goodness. All right. So now we can add a validate length there. Maybe we should just call the module validate. We can have like a validate colon length. Oh, I like that. Yeah, let's change that. Git move source form validation to source validate. Oops. There we go. Now we have validate. Okay. You can see who I'm chatting with. Actually, you can't. I'll just turn that off. Um, sorry, my wife was sending me a text and I should respond. All right. Okay. So, two arguments. All right. Validate. I like the way that this works. Validate length. Oh, that's right. We didn't name it that. There. Okay. I mean, that looks all right in terms of form validation. This up here is a little unwieldy, but it's kind of a nice escape hatch if you needed something custom. So we could do the email one next. Email. All right. Now we need to know whether or not this thing is an email or not. And I don't want to pull in a bunch of crates to do this because that would be a mess. Now, how do we want to check email validation? Let's see. See here. Validating. Okay. Can we just use... I never get to use this. This is cool. Pattern. Oh, that's cool. I never get to use this. Oh, I'm glad we're doing this. Required attribute. Ooh, look at that. When this attribute is set, the element matches required. So here we go. Look at that. Fancy. Oh, that's funny. Against a regular expression. What about email? Do they have email? Specifying the email type. Okay. I mean, really should never trust the client for validation. Um, because you can always, go right around the client and just send the post. So we need to have some sort of validation anyways on the back end. While while this up here could help a user, oh yeah. Yeah, email validation is, and even the spec here willfully, here, where'd it go? willfully has a willful violation of RFC 5322, which defines a syntax for email addresses that is simultaneously too strict before the @ symbol and too vague after it, and too lax, allowing comments, white space characters, and quoted strings in manners unfamiliar to most users. So, the HTML spec for doing the email type for input doesn't do email exactly, because there's lots of different forms of email. There's forms without, let's say, the @ symbol. No, I guess not, because it always has to have that. I thought you could actually do it without that using a domain format. Oh, this is theirs. Sorry. Yeah. So this one's simple. Yeah, check that it contains an @ has a text, and there's some other simple ones. We can look at this here. So yeah, we can check for an @ we can check for, where is it? There's a required dot over here somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe you don't have to have a dot. I know there's a dot here. Colon that with A to Z followed by that. Oh, this is for the .com, right? So we could totally omit the length. Just say, okay, it's got to be this pattern, right? Well, etc. Oh, I like regular expressions. It's just too bad we can't use one here. Gonna watch Euro 2020. End of work. End of listening to you. All right, Ribbon. You have a wonderful evening. Mere mortals are not meant to read regex. Well, here. So this is starts at the beginning, and then here we have a character selection block. So at this point, you have one or more of what's inside of here, right? Because it's not negated. So you have A to Z, 0 to 9, plus a dot symbol and all of these extra ones, right? So the first group is any of these, one or more of them, followed by the @ sign. And this we could actually do in a tight little loop, right? Using a match, right? So until we find an @ then we go to the next stage. And then we could probably simplify this a little bit in that here, the domain part, it looks like it starts with, right, an alphanumeric character, A to Z, 0 to 9, upper and lowercase. And then they have a non-greedy group. Right, in that group, where does it end? Here. So you have one character there. Oh, I see. They're actually adding... Yeah, what are they adding to this? Why would they do that? Where are they... Huh. Yes, and then 0 to 61 more alphanumeric characters. Oh, they've included hyphen here. Ah, so domain names, it starts with alphanumeric, has to end with alphanumeric, and in the middle you can have a hyphen in there. That's what they're doing there. That little hyphen's the extra little secret sauce. Yeah. Yeah, you can use. I thought they wasn't there a proposal for Unicode domain names, right? With full on glyphs and stuff like that. I don't think TLDs like the top level domains like .com, net, etc. can have Unicode in them. But I thought there was a way to get Unicode in the domain section. Okay, so then it's alphanumeric with the middle pieces being hyphen, and then it's the dot with the same sort of pattern, and there's a hyphen here. So we can actually use the same checker for this and this section here. Well, this one and this one. Creates a visual representation of the pattern. Oh, I've got this. I can see it. What could go wrong? Display. Oh, dark reader does not well work with that. Yep. Start of the line. One of those. Yeah, and these blocks are basically the same. Then you have the end of the line after the dot here. And it's interesting that the dot piece here is actually optional, because that was in the second group here. And why? Oh, yeah. So that section. Okay. So let's create an email validator. All right. Function is email. I'm going to put this at the bottom. Our alleged email returns a bool. So going to have a state or multiple states. What do they call the first section of an email? A text? What is? Okay. A text dot label. What do we want to call that? That's like the oh, Atom text? Oh, that seems weird. A text. Oh, here it is. Printable US ASCII characters, not including specials. Used for atoms. So it's atom text. Okay. Now this stir, we're gonna have to do character by character. Oh, shenanigans. All right. Oh, well, good morning. Cenobite offside. That's a little self-advertising there. Yeah, you should really ask before you do stuff on channels. That'll get you some negative attention, if you will. All right. Dot bang pound. What time do I have? It is 9:21. Oops, I missed. That should have been the bang. Now the pound. Dollar percent and here. Dollar percent and where's and? There's and. Oh my goodness, I can't see that. It's way too small. Here, let's go to the RFC again. Because it's really just this list here. Okay. Now, $10% and okay, then we have single tick and basically all of these. Oops. It was 6:21 p.m. Nice. Okay. Let's add some pipes in here. And this one, escape that one. Okay. I've got a couple more. That single quote. Oh my goodness. Come on. One more. Oh, with the slash. That needs to be a double like that. There we go. What's this? Underscore. Did I miss that one? Okay, let's do a little verification. Dot bang pound dollar. Percent and tick star. Star. Plus slash equals. Okay. Question mark caret underscore backtick. Oh, we missed one in here. Oh, no. Yeah, we did that. Backtick, okay. I think we got it all. That. Okay. That was so satisfying. Yes, absolutely. All right. So there's the first part. And if we don't reach any of those, we return false. Okay. Now for the digit bits. Oh, let me check my... Okay. Next section here. Now this is really this group, right? So we have pre, mid, and post. So the pre is just a single character there. Mid is there, and then post is there. And we need something else that says that more is needed, don't we? Because in the first section, like any of these were just good to go, right? You could stop at any time. Back here, you can't stop at any time. So we need to be able to say whether or not we've transitioned out properly. So we need to check the end state before we say, hey, this is true, right? So the end state, you have to get to whatever we called this one here. Oh, that's interesting. So you can actually stop after that because this section is optional, couldn't you? Because like foo at A and you're done. And that works. Save you many hours for sure. Oh, I love the roast formatter. I'm so glad it's there. It makes it so easy to go and look at like other crates and stuff too. Okay, looking at this, it it appears as though our exit case could be any one of those. So we come back here. See, if we scroll to the right a little bit, you'll see that we must have one of these. And then you follow this little black line, and it can skip that whole section. It can skip this whole section and end, right? So that's kind of, I think this block here is kind of our terminal case, right? You can't have one of these that needs the hyphen and exit, right? That always has to go through one of those terminal blocks, right? Same here. You could have a dot, but that has to be followed. Then you have this, that has to be followed. So our terminal case is going to be whatever that is. So let's see, what do they actually describe that as? That is let dig. So, and at any point in that graph, let dig could actually exit, couldn't it? Here, yes. Here, that could actually skip to the very end. Yep. So, so we will say our return value is if state equals state let dig. Ah, all right, today we're actually working on that. That was a little bit earlier, but now we're doing email validation. All right, all right. So if that's the case, then we're good. So we go into this case. Ah, nice secret chat. Hello, Endorn. How you doing? Actually, we need to make sure that the one after this. See, really, you wouldn't consume this character. You would peek and see if the next one was one of these, and then consume it. And then if the next one, because we basically need limited look ahead, right? So let's change that. Atom text at chars peekable. So now we can peek at it. Match state, yeah. Fill match arms. Match ch dot peek. Oh wait. That's not how we use this. Extract into a variable. Chars. Chars. Is that an option? Yeah, it's an option to the next thing. Can I put this in there? Oh, we can. See, I'm doing this wrong. This should be up here. This should be more of a while let sum ch is equal to chars.peek. Okay. So we do that. Match this state. How's that in the while let? Okay. That's a limited look ahead. So there's our peek. And then to consume it, we do chars.next. Okay, that advances the cursor one. Now in this case, if the next one is actually going to be an at sign, then we switch to at, and we do not advance it, because next we're going to come into state at. Match arms have incompatible types. Oh, because that, all right. All right. Now, if we have at, so in this case, we didn't advance next. Right, we just called peek again a second time, but we switched state. So at this point, we're going to basically do the same thing for this. But if it's at, then we need to switch the state and consume the character. All right. But if we do this, then we still go into that state where we still haven't consumed any of them, though. And how? I guess what I'm trying to do is actually say, I'm trying to preserve this here at the bottom. So I'm kind of letting the tail wag the dog. Okay. I think we need like a starting and yes, Isaac Dynamo. Yeah, the project isn't that project, sadly. It's really mimeograph, right? Do I already have one of these for legacy? Let's fix this. No, I don't. Okay, so I'm going to take that and toss it into legacy. Legacy to that. Okay. And we'll take mimeograph and set that in project. There we go. A little more accurate. Did I miss any questions? Let's see. No, I think we're all right. Okay. So these are what we're expecting. You know, I think there's a simpler way to do this. Okay, and let's just keep whatever our last character was. Because if we know what state we were in and what our last character was, we should be able to reduce the complexity here. I know it's actually a way to do this using the state machine, but I don't know. There's something I'm not getting here. Because we have these transition states. Well, we don't have transition states. Maybe we should have transitions. Because when we receive an at, we go into the at state. Then when we're in the at state, see, here we didn't advance. And quite frankly, that, I'm okay getting rid of at. So, goodbye at. So in this case, we will consume it and we will change. Okay. Now here with the tail. So if we are in this state and the character is not hyphen or dot, we're good to go. Oh, missing match arm. Um, Actually, I've done this wrong. We should be able to peek. All right, Parzival, you take care. Oh, I see it now. Because I've come into the basically I was doing limited look behind instead of limited look ahead. So that should be next, and we should be able to say what is the next one if we need to. Right. So in the case of atom text, we're just looking through these. We don't have to look and see what is the next one. Right. If we go to yeah, that's empty. If we end up hitting an @ sign, great. Right. We change state. Okay. Now, here, with this side, we need a little bit of limited look ahead. We have to start with letter digit, right? So letter digit is very similar to the next one, with the exception of a hyphen. The next one has a hyphen, so it's letter digit plus hyphen, right? And using limited look ahead, we should be able to say, okay, we have to get one of these. And is there anything next? Right? If there's something next, then it has to be one of these here. Actually, we actually have to do this check at this point, don't we? In order to enter this state. Okay. In which case, we're going to have a couple of functions here. Like is let dig. In this case, yeah. If it's anything else, we return false. If it is a, actually, these here, we return true, right? A to Z, yep, those four there, with a comma. Okay, so now, if we peek and look to see, is the next one this? Then we can transition into it. Oh, interesting, and that can take an option. Do we want to do the unwrap here? Let's see, if let sum. So we'll peek there. state is equal to that. Otherwise, then here we return false. Oh, we've got a couple of kind of odd return falses lingering around, right? That gets a little weird. So we peek, and then we can enter let dig. And then in this case, with this, got our little block here. Say if let dig ch. So that's going to be the next one, right? Else. Now at this point we go into this here, where now it can have this optional hyphen. So it's like is let dig or optional hyphen. And what do they call that state? Let dig hyphen string. LDH. We're going to call it let dig hyphen. All right. Hey, my marmalade. How you doing? We are working on email validation. So let's see. We reworked a bunch of stuff, improved our form validation, and now we're working on our last little push for email validation for the for this form field, right? To make sure that emails are correct. So if it is that, when we set this state, we have a little state machine. Now we're going to peek. Excuse me, what language? We are in Rust. We're in Rust. So if let sum p is equal to chars.next, no, peek, not peek. So if we have another one, right? And if that character, so now we're actually transitioning, where is it? So we either go to a potential dot, so it's either end of the line, a dot, or a hyphen. So if we don't have anything, then we're done. Right, the next time around should come and we'll land there. Match P. If it is a dot, then the next one has to be one of these. All right, here, let's do hyphen first. Okay, so if it's a hyphen, then we go into let dig hyphen state. Okay. If it is a dot, then we go into actually, if it's dot, we stay in our current state. So state is equal to state, colon, let dig. Oh, no. We should. Oh, you know what? Let's say we have hyphen, then we have dot. We have letters, digits, hyphens, and dots. We go into hyphen, and then here we go into dot. That'll work. Now, if we look at the next one, as we are in letter digit, we can go into either one of those, and then if, let's see, if, because it might still be is let dig. Oh, you know what? No, that's just going to fall through next time we come through. So here we're just checking to see if we need to switch. Otherwise, we stay in the same one. As we come through again in the next loop, we're going to check to see if it is a letter digit. And if it's not, we will return false. Okay. There's that. What did I miss here? Oh, there's a print there. Nom, for instance? Um, actually, nom would probably work really well for this. But yeah, we're trying to keep our dependency size small, and we have a hard limit on the amount of WASM code we can generate. So we're trying to get it like not depend on like regex, right? Um, yeah, OAuth2, JWT, too big. Just too many dependencies. They would just blow our size limit. Yeah, great questions. Great questions. Nom is an interesting one though, because Nom could produce something that is small, right? So maybe we could use Nom for this. And somebody's probably already set up one for email, right? Send us an email. Nope. But yeah, we're almost done here. So hyphen must transition. So the next thing here from a hyphen has to be islet dig. Oh, the wrong way. Okay. So we got that and that. Now for a digit. Actually, it's just the same way for, yeah, for dot, it's actually the same way. So if it's hyphen or dot, we end up with this. And we have to go into the next one, but only if it's that. Okay. In a domain name, can you have two hyphens in a row? Can you be like hyphen, hyphen, hyphen? I guess we probably don't have to worry too much about that. Basically, you have one of this, and this can repeat. So technically, according to this graph, you can. Okay, so we could stay in hyphen or dot for a while, right? So if the next character is actually hyphen or dot, I'm just copy pasting this. We'll clean it up in a moment. Um, and then if it's something else, match P. All right. Otherwise, false. I don't know. This is all right. This is gross. Okay. But it's simple. We check to see if it's the first section. Okay. Once we get to an @ sign, we will check and see if the next character is a letter or digit. If it is, we will advance into that state. Otherwise, we return false, 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 false. Once we become, let's see, once we advance into the letter digit state, we know we're in this state. Otherwise, because we peaked in order to get here. So that can go away. Yeah, I had kind of mixed ways of doing this. It's actually very similar to this. Just gonna stamp that out. So when we're in this state, the next character can be a hyphen, a dot, or a letter or digit. Anything else, we should return false. Okay. When we're in the hyphen and dot stage, if the next character is a hyphen, that's okay. If the next character is a dot, you can't do dot dot more than once, right? So maybe I should split that out. Oh, that sucks. All right, so if we're in the hyphen stage, then we can stay in the hyphen stage. Or if it's a letter or digit, we go back into that state. Okay. If we're in the dot state, you cannot stay in the dot state. Dot state must be followed by something being a letter or digit. Huh, okay. That actually simplified that quite a bit. All right. Where's our errors? Validate. Takes 2 arguments, but 1 was supplied. That takes a name. Seems overcomplicated. A domain can realistically have as many hyphens as one would like. Um, well, we were just implementing the regular expression that is used. Where is it? Somewhere. Oh, here. Right, we were looking at this RFC and seeing how the HTML form fields validate an email address, and we were doing the same thing. So here, this one up here, I'm pretty sure is solid. And then here is what we were implementing. I mean, nom is just as overcomplicated. Nom is prettier though. Let's face that. Oh, but our regular expression doesn't allow that. You have to start with a letter or a numeral at before any hyphen and after any hyphen, right? So, not any hyphen, but basically you can have a hyphen sandwich as long as you have a number or letter on any end of it, right? Only hyphens in the middle. Now find validator. Oh, what? Validate validator. Value. Then um, all right, must be an email address. There we go. Looking pretty good. Let's see. Emails never used. Not yet. I'm going to go back to admin. Form validation. Oh, here. Validate email. Oh, look at that. That looks gorgeous. Oops. Don't want to do that again. Okay. Okay. First thing we need to do is delete any extra users. Put navigation here. Great. Users are empty. Let's bump the size of that up. So we'll go back to setup. Email address. Blah. Password. Only 4 characters. Save. Password must be at least 8 characters long. Okay, but that was not. Hey, and Little Clover 886, thank you for that follow. You know, our password. Okay, first off, capitalization. Yeah, that kind of sucks there. That and we need to have some sort of string localization, which we're ignoring at the moment. We also missed a cookie or something on this. Where where did that happen? We want HTML and other. 302. Huh. We only received password error. We should have also received email error. Our email validation has failed us. All right. Test module test. Email. Meow. Email. Assert. Is email. I mean, that's what we did, right? Okay. Cargo test. Oh, is scrolling not working? Oh, my apologies. Let's see. I missed some chat. The NIST guidelines for password validation? Maybe right now. It's got to be some length. Um, are emoji domains allowed? I think there is some spec that does allow something like that, but I don't know what it is. Oh, hey. Um, let's see. Is email? Okay. What else? That's not an email. This is an email, whereas that's not. Oh, is email. Uh-oh. I wonder why. Why would that fail? All right, well, let's see. Let's see. State is never read. I mean, we read it in the loop. Oh, we returned false here. We need an else. That's why we have tests. All right. Okay. And that should have been a not, so it's a error in my test case. Okay. Now something that does not work would be that does not work, right? However, A to B should work. And That should work. Let's, okay, try that again. Great. Okay, so our tests appear to be working. I know I didn't test too much on the front of it, but it's all right. Hey, my marmalade, how you doing? Okay, so all of those work. You tried searching for what is that? Pig? Is that a pig? And not and apparently it is possible, but not for all TLDs. It is impossible for .xyz, but your registrar offered you .work. Yeah. There's a spec that translates emojis into something funny like that so that it resolves correctly. There was a service in Hacker News that tried registering as many domains as possible. Wow. Wow. That's a good. Oh, what I don't. Yeah, because we have to keep the WASM size really small. So here, if we do this, um, I mean, OAuth 2, that's just too big. JWT is also going to be too big. What is this? Is this an emoji? Maybe I don't want to. I don't know. Is it safe? It does seem a little bit sketchy. Oh, it's like Money Rocket. Oh, that is crazy. That's fun. That's cool. All right. Here. Oh, we were looking at the size. So here, the size of this can creep up just a little bit every day, right? Do I prefer SQL or no SQL? I prefer SQL. I think most people don't need big data, and that's where NoSQL is actually very useful. So I prefer structured data most of the time. I mean, they're different tools in the toolbox, so in some cases it makes sense. And in this case, we're using something that's more like NoSQL. And, all right, but yeah, to answer that question, just to make sure, my marmalade, that you got that, OAuth 2, JWT, etc., are just too big. So we have to keep the size smaller. I mean, we even modified the cookie crate to make it smaller. Okay, that's like to the length of what we're going to here to make this work. All right. Now let's run that again. I want to see that fail. All right, we should be able to pass something in, and it will give us an error. Oh no, still not. I don't think it uploaded it. Did it build it? It must have built it. Do I have um function is email is used here? Oh, look at that. Okay. Did I use npx create React app? No, this is not a React application. This is kind of a custom application we're building on top of Cloudflare web workers, so we can run JavaScript code or WebAssembly code in a web worker on Cloudflare's edge network. So it's serverless. Um, we're not using much JavaScript. We're using a lot of WASM code though. Okay, so we're taking Rust and compiling that to WebAssembly. Oh, you know what we could have done here? That just dawned on me. Oh, interesting. All right. We could have done this with a regular expression just by reaching out to JavaScript and testing. I don't understand. What's an Insta? I think you've asked this before, my marmalade. Curious developer, thank you for that follow. All right. So yeah, all of this we can now just delete because of course we could have used the regular expression in JavaScript. Zablix, thank you for that follow. I forgot that we were inside of that V8 instance, and V8 has regex. All right, I'm going to leave the fix me there. This code is going to be faster, so it is what it is. I'm going to take a quick peek at the JS code. So we've got the JS index, right? And then we have the shim. Yeah, here, okay, so the handlers bundle.fetch. Here's fetch. It's interesting that we don't have to initialize the JavaScript like we used to. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we got pretty far here. We're gonna see this run. We're gonna see it work well. So we should be able to get that error. I had the Boolean logic flipped. I forgot the not sign. The exclamation mark. How long have I been doing the streaming thing? This is stream 4 something, 460 something. So since late 2019. Yay! If we do that with a short password, hey, it works. If we give it trash there and a long password, oh, that was 8 characters long. Oh, okay. Here, let's give it a real one. All right. That's pretty good. Ooh. Let's take a peek. Rust in Action by Tim McNamara. Interesting. Now, who should we raid today? Maybe Jessica Mack again. Hey, thank you for that follow. Camilo. Thank you. All right, y'all. I'm going to find some coffee. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. It always is. You guys are great. I really appreciate hanging out. So until next time, bye bye.